Suspense. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Village of Ridgewood, Village Council, regular public meeting. Today is March 11, 2020. The time is 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Newton. Here. Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving our nation's armed forces and as first responders. Thank you. I move the bills, claims, and vouchers and statement of funds on hand as of February 29, 2020 be accepted as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. We have no minutes to approve. We'll go on to proclamations. The first, proclaim March Red Cross Month. Councilman Voigt.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the American Red Cross was established in 1881 and chartered by Congress in 1905 to act in times of emergencies, and whereas the American Red Cross is one of the nation's oldest and most recognized humanitarian organizations, and whereas local chapters provide compassionate care and immediate emergency service when disasters and other crises threaten to overwhelm families, and whereas the American Red Cross provides services such as health and safety and disaster preparedness training, emergency response assistance, reunification services for military families in times of crisis, and Holocaust tracing. And whereas the American Red Cross is a nonprofit nationwide organization with a rich history spanning over more than 130 years, which depends on the generous contributions of time, blood, and money from the American public to support its life-saving services and programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim March 2020 as American Red Cross Month in the Village of Ridgewood.
Thank you. And then we move on to proclaiming March Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the United States, claiming more than 50,000 American lives each year. And whereas colorectal cancer is a major health concern for families in New Jersey, while anyone can get colorectal cancer, the risk increases with age, with 9 out of 10 cases occurring in people over 50 years old. And whereas colorectal cancer is preventable and treatable, and whereas the New Jersey Cancer Education and Early Detection Program, NJCEED, program provides comprehensive education, outreach, early detection, case management, screening, and follow-up in all 21 counties. And whereas New Jersey's statewide campaign to end colorectal cancer promotes education, awareness, and taking action against this disease. And whereas New Jersey's statewide campaign to end colorectal cancer encourages individuals, organizations, and health professionals in New Jersey to collaborate and partner on screening and educational awareness initiatives. And whereas this campaign is being conducted through the NJCEED program in New Jersey Department of Health and Senior Services with the overall mission of reducing colorectal cancer incidence and deaths, increasing colorectal cancer awareness and prevention behaviors, developing support partnership, and extending and reinforcing the core message for behavioral change. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim March 2020 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in the Village of Ridgewood, New Jersey, and urges our residents to educate themselves about colorectal cancer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, comments from the public, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Good evening. Can you please make sure the mic is on?
Good evening, Rorik Halaby, 374 Evergreen Place. At the Village Council meeting of 19 February, a member of the public suggested that, quote, an alleged inappropriate relationship between two former members of the council be investigated. Well, if we are thinking of hiring Ken Starr to investigate pillow talk, as described by the Ridgewood outhouse, as I call it, I suggest we add the following to their charter. Another village council member allegedly had a restraining order issued against them by the school system. I heard this council member deny this ever happened. Could Ken Starr get the school system to confirm this? Another item I would look at would be the criminal conviction of a certain member of a village council. Why wasn't the electorate informed of this before this person ran for office? And this is publicly available information on the subject I'm talking about from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The comments made by the speaker and the posting in the Ridgewood outhouse, as I call it, on the subject dated 21 February appeared to be coordinated. Was anyone on the current council also involved? A member of the village council is notorious for vindictively going after their critics and to bully and intimidate them in order to silence them. The outhouse mentions the couple were recently captured on Village Hall mounted surveillance cameras walking side by side around Veterans Field. My question to our attorney, are videos on surveillance cameras publicly available? If not, is someone within the police department also involved in a plan to invade the privacy of two former members of the council? The outhouse also mentions one person's car being parked outside the other person's home late into the night. Do we have laws protecting us against peeping Toms? To switch subjects, one of the most irresponsible VC discussions I ever witnessed concerned the dog poop ordinance. You spent more time discussing this than the $8.5 million capital budget and $1.5 million spent on Shedler with its copper gutters. One
Thank
last
you.
thought. The record of 28 April quotes the then mayor, Ms. Knudsen,
Thank you,
calling
Mr.
me a
Howard.
fraud. I'll finish.
Thank you.
Well, let me be clear. Being called a fraud by Ms. Knudsen, like being called a liar by Donald
Mr.
Trump,
Hallaby, thank you
is a moniker
very
I
much.
wear
Point of
that as a
order.
badge
This
of
Point
honor.
of order.
Your time is done. Sit
Thank you.
down.
Thank you. You did call me a fraud. You did, and I have
You
it right
cannot
here.
point your
Point of order,
you
Mr.
cannot
Hallaby,
point your
please.
finger at me.
Point of order me. You should point order her shaking her head like this. She should show more respect to the public.
Good evening. Hans-Jürgen Lehmann, 234 Union Street. I want to speak to the council about two matters. First, April 21st, we are voting for the Board of Education. May 12th, we are voting for the Village Council. June 2nd is the primary election. November 3rd is the general election. So we are being asked to exercise our civic duty to vote on 4 separate occasions this year. If we as a village are going to be true to our democratic values, then we should find a way to maximize the turnout for all of those elections. We know that the turnout for local elections is generally not very good. A way to make those turnouts more representative is to move them to the general election in November, when we see much better participation. Remember, it's all about making our democracy work better, and that requires the best turnout we can promote. Most residents may not be aware of the fact that the village has to bear the costs of each local election. Moving the elections to November will save the taxpayers that cost. I would ask that this council give strong consideration to making the move. My second concern is for the Central Business District. By some count, there are now 38 vacancies in the downtown area. That number is very troublesome on a number of levels, but most importantly in the taxes the district brings in. Without a thriving downtown, the tax burden in the village shifts more and more to the homeowners. That's you and me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Joe Ferranti, 610 Hillcrest Road. I'm here again on my favorite subject, Glenwood Road. I want to thank you, Mayor, for making available to me and to my fellow citizens in the Willard District. I'm going to circulate it. The 1976 plans, actually they're called preliminary engineering design, for the realignment of Glenwood Road. It's too bad we didn't have that plan a couple of years ago, because I think we would have had a much more meaningful discussion with the state when they first broached their concept of a one-way road. I think the issue of the plans raises what really needs to be seriously considered by this council. Since we had those plans, and since obviously they were a product of some deliberation by the council at that time, it would be important, it seems to me, to let the state know that we've done this, number one, and number two, that this represents a move toward putting skin in the game by the village. I think that's the only way we're going to get attention from the DOT, is if we express that we are serious, that we are ready to help remedy that passageway. If we can do that, I think we have a chance of pausing this project. I don't know where it stands right now. I hope it is on pause, but I have my doubts. And I really think we need to follow up, and you need to alert the citizenry of this town as to what's happening in terms of that project staff's work. Are they going to take a longer look? Are they regrouping in light of what has happened? Or are they just continuing to go down their road? We really need to know that, and we look to you for that kind of information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comments. Just wanted to respond to the last comments regarding the Glenwood Road. At the last meeting, right after you left, I gave an update as to what was happening with the project. We've now not only reached out to the governor's office, the governmental affairs department within the office. We have reached out to our assembly members. We've reached out to our senators. We've reached out to the county. We've reached out to Hohokus. And most importantly, we communicated what we think would be a much more inclusive conversation to NJDOT, invited them to the table, not only with us, but with all the parties that are stakeholders. They have not responded yet. I know that Assemblyman Christopher Phillips was still working on getting that meeting set up. There was some reluctance initially from NJDOT. Then they, at the end of the day, decided that they will indeed meet with us, but we haven't set a date yet. But whenever we hear any more information, we will definitely share with the public. All right, moving on. Manager's report.
Manager's report. I just want to let everyone know that the village has taken several steps to prepare for COVID-19, coronavirus. Our health officer is in daily contact with the New Jersey Department of Health and receives regular updates on testing and quarantine protocols. OEM and EMS receive daily updates from Bergen County OEM with current protocols for patient treatment. Sandy wipes have been made available to all village departments that interact with the public, including at Village Hall and the stable. Department directors have reviewed our continuity of operations plan and been asked to prepare an emergency staffing plan for each department to ensure essential services can be delivered in the event village employees are unable to come to work or village facilities need to close. Village websites have been linked to the health department's page for the latest information from the CDC and the New Jersey Department of Health. This is on the home page so that the village is communicating consistent information to all of our residents as soon as we receive it. We are prepared to implement any additional measures needed on an emergency basis if needed through the governor's executive order declaring a state of emergency. Today, the mayor and I were on a conference call with the county executive, who has also declared a county state of emergency. There have been 10 cases in Bergen County. One death was a gentleman from Little Ferry who was 69 years old and had compromised immune system and various other issues. County-run senior centers, like the one in Midland Park, are closed. They have opened the County Emergency Operations Center, and they have recommended that large gatherings should be canceled. They also recommended keeping a distance from others of 6 feet. If anyone sees price gouging for certain products in stores, and price gouging is only 10% over the retail price, the county recommended that the Bergen County Consumer Affairs Division be contacted at 201-336-6400, and they will follow up on it. Our Ridgewood Public Schools are prepared and ready to conduct classes through technology if necessary, and our library currently is sanitizing all surfaces every 2 hours. Parking kiosks are still being installed throughout the central business district, and meters are being removed. Age-Friendly Ridgewood have 2 presentations scheduled at the Ridgewood Library. The first is Medicare 101, which will be held on Wednesday, April 22nd at 6:30 p.m., and then the other one is Mary Cregan, who will speak about her book, The Scar, A Personal History of Depression and Recovery, on Wednesday, May 6th at 7 p.m. There will be some sustainable events upcoming, which include 2020 Earth Day Fair and Daffodil Festival at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and this year's theme is 2020 Act Now for a Green Ridgewood. This will be all kinds of booths and information about going green, eco-themed activities, learn about local environmental progress, discover what green challenges are on the horizon, and how you can contribute to a more sustainable community. Saturday, April 25th, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., Rain or Shine at Graden Pool Parking Lot is a mobile shredding event. It's free to Ridgewood residents and businesses only. Watch your documents on camera as they are securely shredded. Place items for shredding in a paper bag or a cardboard box. There will be no plastic bags allowed, and when the event itself will be over when the truck is full, so the best advice is to get there early. The Ridgewood Water Utility and the Ridgewood and Glen Rock League of Women Voters will host a public forum entitled Healthy Lawn, Healthy Planet. Featured guest speakers will present information on what a beautiful lawn really needs, how fertilizers, weed killers, and pesticides affect our environment, and what less expensive alternatives are available. This will be held on March 24th at 7 p.m. at the Arboretum at 460 DeRemus Avenue in Glen Rock. Upcoming Village Council meetings, March 25th is the Village Council Public Work Session. April 1st is also a Village Council Public Work Session. Both of those are held at 7:30 p.m. April 15th is the Village Council Public Meeting at 8 p.m.
All right, thank you very much. Council reports, Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. The Shade Tree Commission met yesterday in the garden room at 7:30. We discussed a lot of ongoing things, the tree inventory, but one of the discussions that did come up were the trees around the Hudson Street parking garage. The committee felt it was a good, perfect opportunity to use structural soil as a base underneath the sidewalks, because that helps with tree roots growing through it. So there's a lot less sidewalks being raised, cuts down on trip and fall hazards and liabilities and injuries. It does a lot to allow the trees to grow and provide a shaded canopy in that area of the downtown. So members were just kind of wondering like who we would have to contact or where we'd have to go to share some of our information and research that committee's done over the past 2 or 3 years on this subject. So that was pretty much everything, and that's my report.
All right. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have stigma-free first, and I see Dawn Citrullo is sitting in the audience. So just a couple of updates from our last meeting. Stigma-free is Dawn and Rosemary Clee will be at Ridgecrest on March 25th to speak about Winter Wellness Series. I think that's particularly important given the COVID-19 issues, and so that's an opportunity to better understand how to protect yourself during the winter months. The great success of Cards of Joy will result in hopefully a project where we're going to have a permanent post office box, likely prepared by hopefully Traffic and Signal and decorated by the Ridgewood Arts Council, and this will allow us to send and receive cards throughout the year, not just focused on certain times of the year. I think Heather just hit on Mary Cregan. Stigma Free is also looking to do a stigma-free high school program, which will allow students to prepare in anticipation of the upcoming school year when a lot of the anxiety and stresses occur. And so we'll continue to work on different initiatives through Stigma Free to better prepare our residents and our young people for different things that that come up on every single day, day to day, day in and day out. Also, Planning Board, Master Plan Subcommittee. We had our telephone conference call meeting yesterday at 6 o'clock, and just so everyone understands the document, the process that we've been going through with the master plan and the visioning process, the document will be posted on March 17th. This particular group has been very diligent in ensuring that the document itself is grammatically correct, looking at dotting our I's, crossing our T's, commas, comma splices. So we just want to make sure it's a clean document so that the residents and the public comment period is focused on the actual content of the document. Importantly, we've also prepared a comment form, and one of the opportunities that we determined would be advantageous to capture was the information about how individuals learned about the visioning process, how they access that information, and we believe that capturing that particular information, whether it was from the Village website, our Village Our Future website, social media, e-notice, emails among neighbors, however they receive that information, we believe it's an opportunity to look at how we communicate from the Village and see if we can actually enhance our own communication platforms for our residents to understand what we do here. In any event, so that will be posted March 17th. The comment form will be prepared. It'll be there, and it will be for 6 weeks public comment period, and then we will have a presentation once again to the Planning Board and back here to the Village Council. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had my Chamber of Commerce meeting this morning, and Dan Fishbein, the Superintendent of Schools, was there to give an overview of the budget. He took a few questions regarding the budget and the new developments in town and what plans the Board of Ed is making for children that are going to be in the CBD and how they'll safely get to school and what the process is going to be. It was very preliminary. He really didn't have a lot of information to give on that because they really just don't even know how many kids are going to be in the school yet. So, but everybody was interested in what they had to say in terms of the budgeting, and the Board of Ed obviously is going to get increased revenue from those developments, so that'll be in their budget for next year, and any children that are going to be in the school they'll be able to handle with those increased taxes. The other topic that came up, just as we were having our meeting, they were taking out the meter heads for the kiosks that were being installed, and you know, the conversation led to how do people get information on how to use the kiosks. I think they're pretty self-explanatory, but they were thinking that maybe at Earth Day, since that's going to be the next big event that we're going to have, that maybe we could have a table that will not only show them you know, information on how to use the kiosks, but also how to use Park Mobile to help people put the app on their phone and just kind of give them a tutorial so that people can understand that they're going to have two different options. They're not going to just have to use the kiosk. They can use Park Mobile if they want. So I mentioned it to Councilman Seed, that maybe we can have a table there to do that. The other topic that came up were the loading spaces. We have several loading spaces throughout town, but it turns out that there's some challenges with scheduling who's going to be in the loading spaces. So I think the Chamber is going to work amongst themselves to figure out how they can better schedule that. If they cannot figure out a way to reschedule or to schedule that amongst themselves, they wanted us to perhaps think about adding additional loading spaces. The conundrum with that is that we have to take parking spaces to put more loading spaces in. So I'm hoping that they can figure that out on their own first. And then the other thing that came up was the tree wells that are getting cleaned out, and that the rim is being taken off around them. And I wasn't sure, and maybe Councilman Seaton can answer this, is there an Adopt-A-Well program planned for this year?
No, we weren't going to do that because the tree wells, they have to be redesigned. So we talked about it, but the idea kind of, until we actually redesign the tree well so the trees will survive, we wouldn't want to, spend money to plant trees in them if they're only going to last for a year or two and then get killed because of compacted soil and everything else. So we have to, if we could rehab the tree wells, but then the cost to adopt a tree well would be pretty expensive.
So I guess they were hoping that while that process is going on, people could adopt it to put maybe flowers in there in the interim, so that they could maybe, But we mentioned that the business owners can certainly do that until that point. But if people wanted to, maybe again at Earth Day, they could do that. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a very useful video, by the way, on the village website on how to use the kiosks. So that would be great if the chamber could share that on their Facebook page or on their web page. Councilman Boyd?
Nothing to report, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Not much to report. Just wanted to add to village manager's comments regarding the conversations today with the county. But I also want to commend Dawn Citrullo, our health director, for all the work that she's done, being just ensuring that we have the most up-to-date information from the New Jersey Department of Health, the CDC, and also being in constant communication with that information with the superintendent of schools. I think that's one of the biggest concerns now. One of the measures that we talk about from a safety standpoint is to avoid large gatherings. Arguably, Ridgewood High School is the largest gathering of 1,800 people in the village every day. So I know that Dawn's been working very closely with Dr. Fishbein, and even today we had a very productive conversation, and we're expecting to have more follow-on discussions just to make sure that we track this. It seems that Ridgewood schools are ready in the event that the schools have to be shut down. It seems that everything is in place, so enough work has been done there to ensure that we have the readiness to make that happen. And again, just common sense kind of measures that we can all take: wash our hands more frequently, stay away from those who are sick, and if we're feeling sick ourselves, stay away from others, and use some good common sense. Just one thing about the trees near the parking garage. So right now all we have is the sidewalk plan from Epic. I've been speaking with Epic about this. There were some concerns about the cost of the structural soil in terms of what it would add to the project, so we have to work through that. So we will need a little bit more information. But once we're ready for the actual design, I think definitely we should bring in the guys from Shade Tree and share their input on that. One of the other benefits of having the trees, not only just in terms of having more trees planted in the town, but also for that structure because of the height of it. It's beneficial as a shield because of the light pollution that might come out of the structure. So having nice, healthy, tall trees growing there would be an added benefit.
Another benefit.
Yeah,
you're right.
That is all I have to report.
Okay, so we'll move on to the budget introduction. I'll have Bob Rooney come up, our CFO. As we begin, I just want to say that this is a long process to get the municipal budget to this point. It begins in July when budgets are distributed to the department directors, and it usually ends in mid-March, at least lately it has, which is great. I want to thank Bob Rooney, our CFO, Steve Zanzari, our treasurer, and all the department directors for working with us to provide services in a cost-efficient manner. So I'll start our PowerPoint presentation with the 2019 accomplishments and highlights. We began construction on the Hudson Street Garage project. We improved the sound system in the courtroom. Getting there? Okay. So public speakers and the village council can be heard more clearly. We improved the broadcast of village council meetings with Swagit. We updated the village website to a more user-friendly version, began working on the historic restoration of the Zabriskie-Shedler House. We obtained recertification of the village's community rating service, which allows property owners needing to purchase flood insurance a 20% discount on their premium. We obtained an NJDOT paving grant in the amount of $385,000, thereby reducing the amount of village capital funds needed. Partnered with the Bergen County Mosquito Control Commission to execute the dredging of Kings Pond as phase 1 of this beautification project. We began the site work on the Shedler Park Field, including the berm work. We installed additional sidewalks on West Glen Avenue. We designed and constructed the driveway of Fire Department Engine 31. We moved the Board of Education election to April, allowing our residents to vote on the Board of Education's budget. Held a Pride Day program at the Public Forum space next to Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. Both the North Monroe and Bel Air tennis courts have been refurbished, including resurfacing of the courts, trees pruned, new nets installed, and signage updated. We continue to upgrade lighting at the crosswalks in the Central Business District, coordinated the Wellness Festival and the Weight Loss Challenge, and we were recognized as a healthy town to watch through the Mayor's Wellness Campaign. We established a stigma-free task force for mental health awareness and assistance, distributed 19 radon testing kits, which were obtained through a grant to Ridgewood residents. We inspected all village barbershops, nail salons, spas, and hair salons to be sure that they meet all health code requirements. We trained Ridgewood and surrounding towns and county employees in geese peace protocols, which led to a reduction in their population. We ordered additional parking kiosks for the Central Business District. We began scanning current documents village-wide into Laserfeature, which will make them easier to find and retrieve. This will continue going forward, and back years will be scanned as time allows. We hired an outside firm to do a penetration testing of the village's computer network and firewalls, which had a positive result. We began the review of plans, providing permits, and inspecting the multifamily housing buildings. We hired new management and supervisory positions for longtime employees who retired. We installed a new compactor for cardboard and a new gate at the recycling center. We completed an upgrade to the lightning detection system. Emergency management collaborated with Ridgewood nursing homes to maintain their respective licensing requirements. We began the process of upgrading the special needs registry. We began the first phase of renovation of the existing Central Business District tree wells by removing the brick bands around them. The renovation of the Glen tennis courts to 4 pickleball courts to help meet the demand for the ever-growing popularity of this sport. We updated the design and content of the OEM website, completed upgrade of the HVAC and security system at Village Hall. Ridgewood's 125th anniversary was celebrated with a weekend filled with various events, including a presentation on historic Ridgewood and a gala celebration with local musicians playing and a taste of Ridgewood offered by several restaurants and dessert places. In the building department, they drafted the revisions to the outdoor cafe ordinance, which were adopted by the Village Council. The new regulations led to uniform, equitable enforcement of the outdoor cafes. They facilitated an age-friendly Ridgewood public forum at the Ridgewood Library. This forum was entitled Universal Design Forum, How to Make Your Home a Better Place in Which to Grow Older. Building Department helped draft and will enforce the plastic bag ordinance. They reviewed plans and began inspections of multifamily housing developments, and they've been involved with the review and approval of the plans and performing various inspections for the Hudson Street Garage. Fleet services, they're able to service most of our vehicles in-house with our own staff, and they have a better control of their inventory. Streets made extensive use of the hotbox asphalt transporter to patch potholes. Parks and Recreation, we planted over 100 village trees last year. Continued development of the Shedler properties, the Zabriskie-Shedler House, and Kings Pond Park restoration rehabilitation. We achieved Graden Pool at the best water quality in many years. It seems like we say this every year, but every year it just gets better. Received a grant from Columbia Bank for the purchase of computers, which will be used for various programs in the community center for multi-generational use. Christmas tree pickup was highly successful, with almost all of them collected by the second week of the pickup. We received a grant for fit and strong exercise classes for our older residents to improve their mobility. We received a grant for a program with Health Barn for those with disabilities. The first one was implemented in the fall for grades 4 to 8. We restructured the Parks and Shade Tree Division, which increased productivity and improved service to our residents. The Fire Department maintain a high rating of 2 from the Insurance Services Office for the fire department, which keeps insurance costs low for residents and business owners. The fire department took over emergency service calls for the second ambulance with on-duty paid firefighter EMTs during the week when the first ambulance has already been deployed. This has resulted in a cost savings because the village is no longer paying a second EMT to staff a second ambulance. They also replaced a fire engine that was 25 years old. The police department maintained CALIA accreditation. The Ridgewood Police Department is the longest continually accredited department in New Jersey. They performed outreach to older adults by providing a presentation on scams and identity theft. 2 police officers are certified in child car seat installation, which is offered free of charge to residents. Security upgrades have occurred in and around village buildings, and this was coordinated through the police department. We hired 2 new police officers. One went to the police academy, and the other came from another police department. The police officer from the other police department required only 3 months of field training, getting him on the road more rapidly. The e-ticket program is running efficiently, and we finalized the agreement for establishing shared services with other towns. The Shedler Park property and Zabriskie Shedler House. The new roof was installed on the Zabriskie Shedler House, and dead trees were removed, and a berm was established. The Kings Pond Park restoration installed curbs and created a parking area for the park, and dredged Kings Pond is a shared services project with the Bergen County Mosquito Control Commission. Central Business District improvements include completing the reconfiguration of the train station parking lot, which created 36 parking spaces for shoppers and diners and commuters on the west side of the train station. We created additional parking spaces in commuter lots by allowing parking by everyone in those lots after 3 p.m. with or without a permit. We established free parking in parking lots in December on Saturdays leading up to Christmas. We continue to work on the lighting project in Memorial Park at Venice Square, and the Central Business District Advisory Committee began work on a website to drive potential customers to Ridgewood. In the Water Department, they successfully completed the 4th round of lead and copper testing, which resulted in the first ever non-detectable lead level in the system. They enhanced communications with consumers, regulators, and stakeholders of all municipalities in Ridgewood Water. They held a water forum in the fall in Midland Park to educate consumers in all 4 municipalities about the various aspects of Ridgewood Water and its operations and PFAS. They distributed educational material to all consumers of Ridgewood Water about PFAS and other contaminants and took a proactive stance in treating these contaminants. They continue to work with a law firm to help identify companies related to the sources of contamination in the Ridgewood water utility and pursued lawsuits against these sources in order to reduce remediation costs. We made substantial improvements to the water facilities and infrastructure, including the Carr Facility Treatment Plant, which provides millions of gallons of additional water to the system, completed the Passaic Valley Water Commission water quality study, and hired a full-time person to support the water IT system. Miscellaneous items, we entered into a shared services agreement with Glenrock and Wyckoff for a municipal court administrator from Glenrock and a deputy municipal court administrator and clerical help from Ridgewood. Ridgewood Police, Fire, Emergency Services, and Emergency Management participated in a joint drill for an active shooter in a school. We completed the HVAC improvements to Village Hall, and we recarpeted most offices and rooms in Village Hall, which had not been done since moving into Village Hall 15 years ago. 2020 goals, just a few of them. We have a tree inventory performed for which a grant has been obtained to offset the cost of this project. This will allow the village to apply for shade tree grants in the future and truly know what our shade tree inventory on the streets is. We continue the renovation of Kings Pond Park with the planting of trees and establishing stone dust walking paths. We're going to establish fees for use of our parks, open space, and parking lots by both commercial and nonprofit groups. We're negotiating the fire, blue collar, white collar, and supervisor union contracts. We are replacing public safety vehicles and equipment. We applied for a grant for a life skills program to be run through Ridgewood Recreation in conjunction with Health Barn and other providers for young adults ages 17 to 24 with disabilities, which will begin in March 2020. Ridgewood High School and Somerville tennis courts will be refurbished. Acoustical panels will be installed and muted balls will be required at the Glen pickleball courts in order to reduce the noise for the surrounding neighbors. The final phase of the Zabriskie Shedler House should be nearing completion. We are going to educate our residents about what can and cannot be recycled through promotional materials and the use of the Recycle Coach app. This will result in quality recycling, which will reduce costs for the village. We'll seek options for the collection of recyclables, which can help limit the costs associated with the reversal in the market. We are going to try to start up a food waste disposal pilot program to seek data on reducing tonnage in the solid waste stream and creating an energy source for the water pollution control facility or an outside vendor. For Ridgewood Water, they're looking to drill 2 additional replacement wells and rehabilitate several others. They're going to restructure their customer service and public relations to improve the front line of the utility, including launching a new website and new customer portal for looking up account data and communication with customers, complete a feasibility study for the activation and treatment of various wells, and Ridgewood Water will continue to work on public policy and a water coalition of small to mid-sized water utilities to give Ridgewood Water a larger voice in challenging new water regulations so that we can be positioned to comply. We're going to try to move forward with the use of credit cards in all village departments. We will have departmental audits performed through the village auditor and create a mapping of our IT and fiber networks throughout the village. As I mentioned, the budget process is a long process. They were sent out to departments in July. They were required to be sent back to finance by early September. Beginning in October, several rounds of internal reviews were held with department directors. The objective was to provide the best possible numbers and alternatives to the village council. Emphasis was on operating efficiencies as well as customer service improvements and investment in people, process, and technology. Budget reviews with the village council were designed to elevate the dialogue to include strategic planning as well as daily operations. Operating expenses as well as capital budgets were discussed for the village, Ridgewood Water Utility, Parking Utility, and the library. Various budget meetings were held with the village council where department directors made presentations on their 2020 budget requests. Our final session proposed the water, parking, and capital budgets, in addition to the general, water, and parking operating budgets, and the tax rate was also set.
Thank you, Heather. I, too, would also like to thank Steve Sanzari, our treasurer, and my finance department for all their support, in addition to the department heads who made this process a lot easier than one could imagine. I would also like to thank Heather and the village council for being very interactive and transparent in this whole process, and I really appreciate your support in doing this. So now we can talk about some numbers. So our 2020 contractual obligations for salaries, police, fire, and other total approximately $22.5 million. Our pension liability is $4.2, our health insurance $5.9, terminal leave is $1.3 million. Those obligations total $33.8 million, and divided by the appropriations for this year represent approximately 66% of our operating budget. Our unfunded liabilities are as follows: $7.2 million, which is accumulation of vacation and sick pay. Assuming everybody were to leave tomorrow, that would be the liability that the village would have to incur. We have 4 confirmed retirements for 2020. We experienced retirements in 2019, which cost us $281,000. In 2020, we're estimating that to be $405,000 for a total of $687,000. Our trust fund is currently at $857,000 for our termination pay. For our operating capital budgets, the 2020 operating budget is $50.9 million. General capital budget net is $8.6 million, being which we have incurred already and also are voting on tonight. We are looking at a 2.22 municipal tax increase, which will result in an $85 annual increase on an average assessed value home of approximately $702,000. Our estimated outstanding bonds and notes as of the end of this 19 are $38.2 million, and at 18 was $39.7, down approximately $1.5 million. Our revenue and expense budget is up only 0.5% over last year. As I said, our total appropriations are $50.9 million, up about $200,000. The surplus anticipated is up approximately $270,000. Miscellaneous revenues are down about $800,000. Delinquent taxes up $49,000. The amount to be raised is up $722,000, which is the net effect of those changes. As I said, the increase in assessed value is approximately $85 on a current assessed home of $702,000. For 2020 revenues, we maximized what we could on anticipated revenues for what we realized in the prior year, optimizing the use of such funds in surplus. Our miscellaneous revenues are down approximately $747,000 to last year's budget. Some of the risks that we anticipate for this year in budgeting is our police side jobs, administrative fees, the usual grade and risk weather dependent, recycling, which has had a tremendous shift from last year. We have not only lost the revenue from last year, but we're now paying for recycling. So that was a big impact on the budget. We still have one-time revenues that we have availability to use. We are using additional and capital fund surpluses to help balance the budget. And we are still subject to state influence on fees such as municipal court and building fees. Some of the opportunities we do have are the new ratables that are coming in, which should help smooth this process over the next couple of years. The next slide shows, it's just another look at the revenue components as you compared to 2019, and it shows the amounts that were realized in 2019. Again, refreshing your memory that I'm limited to how much I collected as to how much I can budget for 2020. Some of the key revenue fluctuations. We lost general capital surplus of $555,000, flood reserve of $141,000, shared service of $36,000, cell tower decrease of $38,000, building revenues down by $55,000 for a total decrease of $825,000. We did have some local revenues that we can anticipate of $32,000, a fund balance increase of $270,000, use of parking surplus of $150,000 for a net change of $373,000. We went over this at the last budget presentation, but here's a summary of surplus balances that are available, what we've used each year, and what the remaining balances are after the use in the annual budgets. Next is a summary of the budget appropriations by category, amounts inside the cap, outside the cap. We have an increase in the capital improvement fund to have sufficient funds available for down payment for the anticipated capital budget for the current year. Slight decrease in debt service. Again, overall increase of $200,000. Next slide reflects the gross debt of the general capital fund, starting with 2019, showing pay downs for maturities and also the anticipation of a bond sale during the year, which will pay off some of the notes and increase the bonds that are outstanding. In speaking with bond counsel today, interest rates are fantastically low, so we're going to try to expedite this process as quick as possible to take make use of these low rates. Next slide is the proposed 2020 general capital. Annual cost of street paving, $2 million. Purchase of vehicles, $788,000. IT improvements, $235,000. Public safety, $300,000. Engineering and infrastructure, $2.6 million. Other infrastructure and equipment, $725,000. And library, $1,450,000. General risks in our budgeting process this year are, as Heather said earlier, negotiations for new fire, blue and white collar and supervisor union contracts, defensive tax appeals, appraisal costs and cost settlements, which are starting to surface, state influence on fees. As I mentioned, the building and municipal court are being affected by state order as far as what can be included in your budgetary process for fees, police overtime, stabilization of infrastructure, and one-time revenues. In addition, the water, weather conditions are a risk, the stabilization of infrastructure, and compliance with new EPA water quality regulations. The 2020 water utility operating budget, which is presented here on a statutory basis, shows a slight decrease from last year. You notice that water rents, however, are below what we anticipated last year, requiring us to budget less in that category, but down below you'll see a provision for facility charges and water rate increases, which should supplement that and balance the budget. Again, in the appropriations, there's been a slight decrease in the overall budget. And that decrease is approximately $50,000, $388,000 reducing in operating expenses, capital improvement down $9,000, and debt service up $375,000, statutory down approximately $26,000. The proposed water capital budget consists of $1 million in supply transfer and booster improvements, $624,000 of wells and treatment, $676,000 in distribution system improvements, $447,000 equipment and vehicles, approximately $1.5 million of interconnection improvements, $88,000 tank and reservoir improvements, and $2.3 million in facility improvements. Parking utility, our revenues are a slight increase in surplus anticipated. Parking meter revenue increased during the year and allows us to increase it this year. Interest on investments, which we realized from the interest on the proceeds from the sale of the bonds last year on the garage construction. And I have two reserves that have accumulated over time, one for arbitrage, one for debt service, which are no longer needed. So that will help to balance the budget and minimize the use of surplus. Operating expenses for the utility, salary and wages and other expenses are relatively slight increase of $300,000. General capital is up $25,000. Debt service for the garage is up significantly because we now have to appropriate for the debt service payments in the operating fund. Statutory expenditures are relatively flat, and we've increased the amount going to the general budget by approximately $150,000 to $300,000. The next slide shows the breakdown that I just talked about. And parking capital, the only anticipated amount this year has been introduced by council already for contamination remediation for the garage. Any questions? Thank you.
I'd just like to thank the council also for their thoughtful questions, and, you know, when the department directors came in to present their budgets, I think that, you know, we went through it thoroughly, and I appreciate your thoroughness and coming to this conclusion in an efficient manner, so we could introduce this budget on time once again for, I think, now the second year in a row, which is wonderful. We'll go on to the introduction of Ordinance 3784, which is establishing a cap bank.
I move the first reading of Ordinance 3784.
I'll second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hushay.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read Ordinance 3784 by title?
Calendar year 2020, ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank, NJSA 48:4-45.14.
I move that ordinance 3784 be adopted on first reading and that April 15, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hushay.
Yes.
The following resolutions, number 20-61 through 20-62, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the village council. They will be read by title only. Approved temporary water utility capital budget. Approved temporary general capital budget. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hushay.
Yes.
The following resolution, number 20-63, will be considered separately and read in full. Municipal budget notice of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen for fiscal year 2020. Be it resolved that the following statements or revenues and appropriations shall constitute the municipal budget for the year 2020, and be it further resolved that said budget be published in the Ridgewood News in the issue of March 27, 2020, with a public hearing to be held on April 15, 2020. And be it finally resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby approve the following as the budget for the year 2020. General appropriations for appropriations within the caps $40,643,118.66. Appropriations excluded from caps, $9,114,557. Reserve for uncollected taxes, $1,230,000. Total general appropriations, $50,987,675.66. Less anticipated revenues other than current property tax, $14,856,184. The difference amounts to be raised by taxes for support of the budget, $36,131,491.66. Public notice, Village of Ridgewood. Notice is hereby given that the budget and tax resolution was approved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, on March 11, 2020. A hearing on the budget and tax resolution will be held at Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey, on April 15, 2020, at 8 p.m., at which time and place objections to said budget and tax resolution for the year 2020 may be presented by taxpayers or other interested persons. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
No, I'm concerned about the tax increase, the 2.2% tax increase, so no.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3785.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So order with the clerk, please read the ordinance of 3785 by title.
A bond ordinance providing for various water utility improvements in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $6,780,800 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $6,780,800 bonds or notes of the village to finance the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3785 be adopted on first reading and that April 1st, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3786.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So order with the clerk, please read ordinance 3786 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters. Need a motion?
I move that ordinance 3786 be adopted on first reading and April 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3787.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So order with the clerk, please read ordinance 3787 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
I move that ordinance 3787 be adopted on first reading and that April 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3788.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So order with the clerk, please read ordinance 3788 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 269 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Water at Section 269-36.1, Water Service Connections.
I move that ordinance 3788 be adopted on first reading and that April 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes.
Resolutions for Ridgewood Water. The following resolutions, number 20-64 through 20-69, are to be considered and adopted on a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Award contract, trolley gate repair at Wharton Dyke Facility. Award contract, public communications consultant, notification notices for Ridgewood Water Utility. Title 59 approval, landscaping services. Award contract, landscaping services. Establish interest rates for delinquent payments to the water utility for 2020 and set grace period for payment of water utility bills. Accept Ridgewood Water annual maintenance fee. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3789.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3789 by title?
A bond ordinance providing for the installation of field lighting at Maple Park and related permits in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $447,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $424,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3789 be adopted on first reading and that April 1st, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3490.
37.
3790.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
May I have a second?
Is it 37 or 34?
Yeah, it's all the way through. Sorry about that. I need just a second.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3790 by title?
A bond ordinance provided for various capital improvements in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $4,303,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4,087,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3790 be adopted on first reading and that April 1st, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3791.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3791 by title?
A bond ordinance providing for various improvements to the Zabriskie Shedler House in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $865,500 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $821,500 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3791 be adopted on first reading and that April 1st, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
I'm all for maintaining the history of Ridgewood, but not on the backs of the residents. And as of today, we don't have a plan for how we're going to continue to a revenue plan to make sure that we're paying for this asset and make it self-sustaining. I'm also concerned that the initial budget of $784,000 was adjusted upward back in July to $1.1 million. As of today, it's $1.5 million. It continues to climb, and so my vote is no.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3792.
And second.
Mr. Voigt.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3792 by title?
A bond ordinance providing for various improvements to the Shedler Field in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $1 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $950,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3792 be adopted on first reading and that April 1st, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3793.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3793 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated, and Section 265-69, Time Limit Parking.
I move that ordinance 3793 be adopted on first reading and that April 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3794.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3794 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 240A of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood entitled Single-Use Plastic Bag Reduction at Section 240A-3 entitled Allowing Reusable and Recyclable Paper Carryout Bags Fees, and at Section 240A-7 entitled Enforcement.
I move that ordinance 3794 be adopted on first reading and that April 15, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3781 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3781?
An ordinance of the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $216,000 for the South Broad Street resurfacing project, including $210,000 from the New Jersey Department of Transportation and $6,000 from the General Capital Fund balance account.
The public hearing is now open. Good evening.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I note that neither this ordinance nor the next one, 3782, indicate the length of the street that is proposed to be repaved. It would be nice to know what section of South Broad Street is going to be repaved. That it's the entire section from East Ridgewood Avenue to the Glen Rock border, or is it a small section? The same holds true for Spring Avenue. I live off of Spring Avenue. What section of Spring Avenue is going to be paved? Spring starts up at Prospect and goes all the way down to the County Park property. Are we repaving the entire section for that amount, or are we just paving a portion of it? So it'd be nice to know if the ordinance, or it would be nice if the ordinance included the sections of the roads that are going to be repaved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would the village engineer would like to provide some information as specifically where the paving starts and ends for both, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
The work that was being discussed is funded partially by 2 grants from the New Jersey Department of Transportation under municipal aid. The grants do not cover the entirety of work proposed. South Broad will be resurfaced from East Ridgewood Avenue to the Glen Rock line. Spring Street will be resurfaced from Prospect, probably the entire length. We have to see, but we have to have enough money to make everything complete. The work will include ADA ramps at the corners to be compliant with the regulations governing thereof, milling and resurfacing, some minor drainage work and curb work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3781 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3782 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3782?
An ordinance of the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $180,000 for the Spring Avenue resurfacing project, including $175,000 from the New Jersey Department of Transportation and $5,000 from the General Capital Fund balance account.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3782 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3783 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3783?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow winter door enclosures onto existing restaurants as exempt developments at the discretion of the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3783 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3778 by title on third reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3778?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 122E entitled Signs in the B1 and B2 and C districts to exempt the portion of a letter that extends below the baseline of a font known as a descender loop or tail.
The public hearing on ordinance 3778 was continued from the February public meeting due to the fact that the planning board had not yet commented on it. The planning board has recommended that ordinance 3778 be adopted in the form submitted to them. The public hearing on ordinance 3778 is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3778 be adopted on third reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
The following resolutions, number 20-70 through 20-88, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Endorse submission of recycling tonnage grant. Appoint tax assessor. Title 59 approval, road resurfacing and repairs. Award contract, road resurfacing and repairs. Title 59 approval, Kings Pond restoration. Award contract, Kings Pond restoration. Award contract under state contract, purchase of tires. Award contract under state contract, purchase of diesel fuel and gasoline. Award contract under state contract, purchase of manholes, catch basin frames, and grates. Award contract under state contract, parts and vehicle maintenance services. Establish interest rate for non-payment of taxes and assessments for 2020 and set grace period. Establish interest rates for non-payment of other municipal liens for 2020 and set due date. Establish interest rates for delinquent payments for significant sewer discharger bills for 2020. Authorize execution of extension of lease agreement for 4345 Hudson Street. Authorize tax appeal refund 265 Ackerman Avenue. Accept and authorize execution of Bergen County Open Space Grant Agreement, permanent lighting at Maple Park Turf Field. Accept donation from sports groups, permanent lighting at Maple Park Field. Declare property surplus, grade and pool concession stand equipment. Approve person-to-person and place-to-place liquor license transfer, Elks Club, to Jonathan Steingraber, trading as Signature Cocktails, LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voight.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
The following resolution, number 20-89, will be considered separately and read in full. Whereas there exists a need for historic architectural services for the application preparation for various grant opportunities for the restoration of the Zabriskie Shedler House, 460 West Saddle River Road. And whereas the local public contracts law, NJSA 40A:11-1 et sec, requires that the resolution authorizing the award of contracts for professional services without competitive bids, and the contract itself must be available for public inspection. Whereas a contract is awarded without competitive bidding as a professional service in accord with NJSA 40A:11-51A of the local public contracts law, because Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects, having served successfully as a historic preservation architect for the Village of Ridgewood for a number of years, have special and detailed knowledge of our old and treasured buildings in the village, which knowledge is particularly valuable to the Village of Ridgewood. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the award of the non-construction services for the application preparation for construction grants for Phase 2 revised of the Zabriskie Shedler House restoration in the Village of Ridgewood inclusive be and is hereby awarded to Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects, 2 North Union Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey, in the amount not to exceed $4,750. Be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available for this work in the capital account number C-04-55-9BY-203. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Knudsen?
So before I vote, I just wanted to restate, I don't know how many times I've restated this, that this village council did not buy the Shedler property. And this village council, not one member prior to 2014 sitting here had anything to do with the application for a certificate of eligibility from the state of New Jersey for historic designation that was done by Historic Preservation Commission members and longtime advocates of historic preservation. Before I vote on this, I do want to read a letter that was sent to the Village Council. I believe it may have come this week. It's actually dated March 4th, 2020, from the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Natural and Historic Resources, Historic Preservation Office. Dear Mayor Hache, I write to inform you that the John A. L. Zabriskie House at 460 West Saddle River Road in the village of Ridgewood, Bergen County, was entered into the New Jersey Register of Historic Places on August 14, 2019. The New Jersey Register is the official list of New Jersey properties worthy of preservation. The John A. L. Zabriskie House is now protected by the review process for public projects established by the State of New Jersey Register of Historic Places Act. Due to a procedural oversight, this letter was not issued earlier. I'm also pleased to inform you that the John A. L. Zabriskie House was entered into the National Register of Historic Places on November 22, 2019. The National Register is the nation's official list of cultural resources significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, or culture. Thank you for your efforts to sustain historic properties in the state of New Jersey. If we can help you in any way, please contact us. Catherine Marcopoul, Administrator. And I read that because this is a project that I don't know if any of us stood back 10 years ago when this property were purchased, any of us would have actually purchased the property. But we have now what is recognized as a historic treasure. Does it come with a cost? Yes. But I believe it is our obligation, our duty and obligation, to preserve history of the village of Ridgewood for generations to come. And I'll add that this house has been listed in the master plan historic element for forever. So, yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
I'm certainly all for maintaining the history of Ridgewood. I think that's an obligation we have. However, we also have an obligation to make sure that the money spent is not on the backs of the residents. The other concern I have is that we don't have a plan for how this asset is going to become a revenue-producing asset that's going to pay for its upkeep. So my vote is no.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. Before we move on to second part of public comments, just want to, as a reminder, pursuant to Chapter 319 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, manner of addressing the council, in Chapter 3-20, decorum, no person shall address any remark or question to any specific council member. Any person who shall disturb the peace of the council, make impertinent or slanderous remarks, or conduct himself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council, shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him to continue may be granted by majority vote of the council. Public comment, second part is now open, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
Yeah, Rorick Hallaby, 374 Evergreen Place. For decorum to apply, it has to work both ways. At the last meeting, the meeting before, the deputy mayor referred to my friend Hans-Jürgen Lehmann as a hypocrite. You can't. You have to have it both ways. Anyway, now when you have things like the budget, maybe it's my age. Every time I look at the screen, I feel like I'm having my eyes examined at the doctor. Can you read it? Can you read it? Can you read it? I can't read it. These should be replaced with something twice as big. And you can find the money. Secondly, if you do have a PowerPoint presentation, you should have it available in print. Plus, if we ever get our act together on the website, which is an absolute embarrassment, all that information should have been on the website. I don't understand. How can I judge what was said? The other point, and I've said that before many, many times, with 3 children employed by the village,
Point of order.
the deputy
Point of
mayor
order.
should recuse herself.
Point
Point of order, Mr.
Why?
Point of order. Point of order.
In what sense?
So,
Many years ago, Mayor Killian, who was then a village council member, recused himself from voting on life jackets because he has a nephew who was applying for the police force. That, to me, is an honorable thing to do. Thank you.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I know that you introduced ordinance number 3789 tonight, and that had to do with the lighting for the Maple Field Park. There were some concerns that were addressed by the deputy mayor during the last, I think, work session regarding bonding for the full amount. I see that we are going to get $285,000 from various sources. 145, it looks like, is coming from the state, and another 140 is coming from the sports groups. I know that the public hearing for this bond ordinance is going to take place at a later time, but I'm just wondering if prior to the public hearing, can we have some clarification as to whether this 447 is for the entire purchase amount? Are we bonding for the entire purchase amount, or has the 285 been subtracted from the entire purchase amount? I agree with the deputy mayor. If we're getting money from another source, why are we bonding for the entire purchase amount? I believe that the manager addressed that last week, that, okay, we can bond for the entire amount, but we don't have to spend it. But I know what happens. You bond for the entire amount, there's money left over, and then I refer to as the shell game. That money is moved from one account to another, and then it's spent. So if we don't bond for the entire amount, I think it's actually a savings if we're getting money from someplace else. So prior to the public hearing, whatever date that public hearing is taking place, I hope that there's some clarification as to what we're doing here with that money. We're getting 285 from a source. We shouldn't be bonding for that 285, in my opinion, because that's just going to get moved to another department and it's going to get spent. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? All right, we'll close public comments. You have somebody wants? Oh.
No, we'll explain that when we do the rest of this. We do have an email from Bob Rooney, so
Yeah, right. Good?
Closed session?
Yes.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on March 11, 2020 at 8 p.m. or soon thereafter as a matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey, and be further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to personnel matters to include boards and committees and administrative agent for affordable housing. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 and be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nope.
Thanks.